Oh, okie dokie. Already got our patches installed. Everything's ready to go. All right, today is the day. Today is the day. We get our... Is it? No, it's never the day. It's Wednesday. Wednesday is just Monday, too. Give me a second. Let me see. I'm employed. We love employment. Holy shit. Also, 25 stream streak. Let's go. All right, Delsaber massacre day. That it does. I wish I could watch more streams. I used to watch a lot of streams. A lot of PSO streams. Oh, right. I'm like super OP. Still can't kill a Delsaber in one hit. What? Where'd that guy go? Coward. I treat it as just like, this is what I would be doing anyway. Might as well just click start stream and hang out a bit. Oh my god, I can one-shot those guys though. Okay, I can only one-shot if I crit. So just crit, duh. Yeah, I think that's a relatively decent mindset to have. I'm also like not trying to like go that much far beyond what I already do. As far as like stream goes, like I'm not like actively promoting this stream. I'm not posting this stream anywhere. Like I'm just a guy. I'm just hanging out. Like if I really wanted the channel to grow, I would be posting everywhere. I'd be hopping in other people's chats, not posting my stream or anything, but like just networking. Yeah, taxes are pretty rough. Or they can be with streams and stuff. There was a whole thing about like a lot of like big name streamers moving to Texas to avoid massive tax. So yeah, this is what we'll be doing today. A lot of foam. Love foam. Stop it. Alright, pay 1K in tax and paycheck. Sir, what about this $2.5? Yeah, what about it? There are some people who I've seen who do, they would rather have donations because they can write donations off. The thing with streaming too is though, is a lot of the stuff that you like, you can write a lot of stuff off related to streaming, like PC expenses and stuff like that, and equipment expenses as like, as business expenses. But you have to be making a lot of money off of Twitch to be doing that. Like to justify spending $1,000 on, like, let's say a PC, you're gonna need to like obviously be making a lot for the IRS to be like, oh, okay, yeah. Does not mean that's how it's taxed. Yeah, I mean, they'll just take whatever money they can get from you. But yeah, it's true. Like I said, you have to like hit a certain point where it's like the IRS will start working with you as far as like income comes with it. Plus, donations like already break, like they already get cannibalized by PayPal, and you know, if it's from if people subscribe or like donate on ISO, they get, Apple gets a piece of that, and it's like, then you have people who will charge back on PayPal. And you end up paying for it. Yeah, all of that's a nightmare in and of itself. All right, will we get PD today? There's a very likely chance that we will. At least I won't be as upset if I get PD'd by a Delsaber, because by all means, the PD drop rate, the flat PD drop rate, That is, I'm pretty sure, universal between all difficulties, is a lot lower than the Delsaber left arm or right arm. Whereas yesterday, 1 out of 21 for a magic rock. And I get a PD. And then immediately later, less than 30 seconds later, I pipe and come back and immediately get another Tor. And it drops a green box. Absolute depression. Hold on, let me adjust. If I die on normal, I don't deserve to play this game. Has a 115. Oops. Easy. But hey, at least I got my Inferno Bazooka, so... Whoa. Four-way. I got stuck. Hold on, I need to find something real fast. Okay. Wait, is my YouTube going? Yes, it is. Okay. Let's make sure everything's working. I had to pull clips from Twitch the other day, which I don't like doing because the clips aren't going to stay there for forever. Brain died. Yeah, because I had to pull them off of Twitch because apparently the other day my Twitch just didn't start, or my YouTube didn't start recording or streaming, whatever. But I think I'm getting it. I think we're getting. Oops. I think things are getting a little bit regular. That's the thing. If I just start regularly streaming and being consistent, then things will stay the same and be normal. Get out of me. I do that every time. I don't have buffs. Excuse me. Wow. I'm not buff. Awkward. How did I get turned around? Okay, wait, that's it, right? Yeah. One dye fluid, please. So if we get another god power, that'll put us up to 1045. Oh, right. Stop it. We might as well get another god power soon anyway, because we are going to need one, and plus our techs are pretty much done, so we don't even need the god tech anymore. Hey, knock it off. Wait your damn turn. Ooh, bummer. We need 5 more power materials now. Let's see. 51. Let's check green boxes. Okay. We just want to make sure there's no materials that we're missing. One second. Okay, we got the good one. Nice, nice. Gives us a couple extra Delsabers. We love extra Delsabers. Love it. Nope, don't need event mats. Hey, we might even get a level today. We love that. A lot of blue boxes today. Lots of blue. Nice try, buddy. Okay, if there were 3 evade mats, I was gonna be upset. Why use dye fluid? Much cheaper just to use the hospital. Whoa, another power material. We just might finish our mats today. Well, okay, we need a lot of luck mats. Yeah, let's see. What do we need? We need 36 more luck mats. I don't know. Luck mats aren't super important though. As long as we have the power mats, I think we'll be fine. Luck mats will come with time. Nope. Almost better just to use monofluids here and normal. Gives about the same as a dye fluid. I don't think there's any actual way for us to get TP materials offline. Now that I'm thinking about it. I was just thinking, like, we'll have all our TPs or all of our materials. I'm like, wait, can't get TP materials offline. Hold on, let me see. I guess we could do... Yeah, no, there's no way. Because you would normally do... like Rappy's Holiday or Today's Rate. But you actually just cannot get them offline. And I don't see any way though either of those quests working offline. Like maybe you could get Rappy's Holiday working. The only thing is like you could or well, I guess you could disable telepiping. That would work too. I mean, I think that quest has telepiping disabled to begin with. Yeah, it would be weird if you could telepipe in that quest. Friggin' claws. Nope. Wrong way. Hold on. Wait, we gotta clear these guys real quick. Okay. Gotta go this way first. Never mind. I do that every time, dude. I confuse this with like the first room. You know, eventually your boy will get it. X for doubt. Is it bad that I'm thinking about what if with the adults today? What if? What if I did continue farming adults today? I mean, I have a problem. Am I addicted? Damn. Telepiping anonymous, dude. Tell her just one more pipe, bro. Literally me last night. Come on, I can do it. Just one more, please. I swear. Okay, after this one. I could have done that all night. I could have just kept going. It wouldn't have been bad. I asked Sylvia today, I'm like, should I just do piping? Should I just do some more? She's like, I don't think so. She's like, no, I don't think you should. Oh. Are you sure? Yeah, let's just see what happens. Let me just do one lost heat sword, just see what happens. Could be fun. It could be fun. You never know. Okay, Zamboni's an enabler. Alright. My drive thanks me though, my disk drive, for not doing more today. It thanks me in silence. And we're actually gonna get a level today from normal mode. That's crazy. Unheard of. No. I have a problem. I selected Lost Heat Sword. I'm addicted. Oh no! It was so boring. Yeah, it's pretty bad. That's okay. We'll be back with piping tomorrow, probably. Not piping for a whole day makes me realize I just might be addicted to it. It's one of those hunts where it's like you just shut your brain off. You don't think about anything. You just look for that color. You look for that. You look for the you just look for that rare. You just look for that rare enemy. Look for that odd one out. And then you get that, you get the rare and you get that little hit of dopamine. Just a little bit though. And then you kill it and it doesn't get a drop. And then that dopamine's gone and you do it all over again. And then you start to think, where have I gone wrong? Or you have a Monday and you go 4 hours without seeing a single tour. Well, and you cry yourself to sleep. Not actually, but I felt like it. It was so depressing. Yesterday was bad too. It always sucks getting PD'd by what you're hunting because photon drops are usually always the more or the rarer drop. Unless it's like a mega uber like SJS or something. Yo, where's all the drops? What happened? Hello, game? where's all the drops, brother? Okay, there we go. Jesus, dude. Normal mode sucks. Drop anything rate is atrocious. Okay, what's going on? There's like no drops. Just not rolling. There we go. Must have accidentally turned the drops off for a second. My bad. Okay, wait. There's actually just no drops happening. You guys can live. Fine. We let the Belvers live. Oh, there's all the drops. The heck? What a weird ruins one. It's a big, huge lack of drops. Sometimes it be like that. All right, so we'll do the reverse today. We'll do 3 hours of foam, and then the last hour we'll do piping, because I'm addicted and I have a problem. And I can stop whenever I want. It's the what if, man. It's the what if this time is the one. I gotta at least try, dude. How hard is it to keep birds? Not too bad. My birds aren't really, they're cage birds, so they're not really like, they don't like flying around or anything. I try to let them out, but they don't like flying around. But if you can get like if you can get a bird or a birds that like they'll just like hanging out, I mean it's just like having a cat with wings. Let's put it that way. Nah. I'd say something like a hamster is like way more maintenance than a bird. I've only had one bird die, and that's because it wasn't even our fault. The guy sprayed for bugs and didn't tell us that he sprayed the bird cage. Because we had a travel cage and a like normal, like just big at-home bird cage, and we trusted the guy not to spray the fucking bird cage, but you know. Yeah. I don't know. The only thing I will say is like with birds, you gotta be careful. They're extra sensitive to like smells and stuff. So I try to keep like aerosols and stuff away from them. As well as like we had to get rid of all our Teflon because one, Teflon's just bad for you in general, so but getting the birds also. Kind of pushed me to really get rid of it. Also just like keeping them away from windows during the winter and even during the summer. One thing I will say is like people like to put their birds in like hanging bird cages that they hang from the ceiling. That can be okay if you live in an area that's like usually temperate weather, but if you live in like a hot climate like California, like heat rises, that bird's gonna get heat stroke. But they have stuff like they have little like cage heaters if you really live in a cold climate, which you can use. But yeah, as far as maintenance, I'd say probably like a 4. Gotta make sure they're fed, have water. Everything is kind of like if you want to get them a little bird bath, everything's just like extra like that. And then obviously it depends on like the type of bird you want to get. Like obviously little, I have two little parakeet budgies, and yeah, they're just nothing at all. But if you want to get like a cockatiel or something, they're a little bit more. I basically have the Chihuahua of birds. And then a parakeet would be like the Shih Tzu of birds. Still pretty common, but like a slightly different level of care. And if you want to get like real exotic with it, you get the macaws. And those are like, I would say like getting a tropical fish. Oh. Brother. I also got like a little zoo at my house. I got 2 birds, 2 cats, 2 dogs. I got like two betas. And then I have like 5 normal fish. By far, the hardest maintenance for all the animals is definitely the fish. I need to change their water out soon too. No, not that. Ooh. Take that. Luck, Matt. We take this. Wow, we actually made it to this room with TP in our bar. 11,501 till next level. We're not going to use the hospital this time. We've got enough TP. Maybe. You have evade, Matt. Why would I ever pick that up? What the heck, dude? Wait, how many more? How many power mats do I need? Let's see. I need 4 more. Nice. Wow, nice crit, bro. Getting real lucky with those dive fluids. Nice, an HP mat. I always do that. Excuse me. I always do that, man. Vera, thank you. Thank you for the raid, Vera. How goes the hunt? I don't want to talk about it. We did tours yesterday, all day. And we got PD'd by a tour. And then right after we found another tour. Literally the next pipe later, we found another tour and didn't get anything. But we got our Inferno Bazooka, so I guess that's something. Yay. But I'm taking a break from piping for now. We're trying to get our Delsaber's right arm. What were you running today? What class? My favorite. We love that. How'd that go? Did I hate gunners? We love that. I assume you need Shadow just for Mines Ruins. Or just in general. Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. How does she do on falls? She's got decent HP, right? I think it was like the only one who can't survive falls reliably is Phoneural, I guess, I think. Or like any of the Phonumans. Had 1 HP mad and needed 6 additional pipes for the... Oh, yeah. The shop RNG was rough, huh? Love that. I'm something of a piper myself, actually. Okay, I didn't get confused that time. Okay, we get our invisible guard right now. Watch. Right now. No. Okay, never mind. But yeah, we have invisible guard, sacred guard, and Delsaber's right arm. We're kind of just... We're fishing for a little bit here. Trying to brute force the odds a bit. Solemnizer, where are you? I know we have one more room. Okay, so what we're trying to do with this character is we are in fact trying to get every single rare drop that we can using the Redria ID completely offline using solo self-found rules, meaning we can't just like pop in another character or another memory card. And obviously solo. Our red card is episode 2 spaceship sorcerers, so it'll be one for the books. So I do use some patches for plus, thanks to Alarin Ives and his PSO server. That fixes a few bugs. So the main one is there's the elevation bug with episode 2. Which is in the spaceship. The map is so wonky that there's certain areas within spaceship that just have 0 chance of dropping anything because they're technically out of the map. So a couple of the patches fix that. If you guys are interested in looking at the list, we have the Redria list here. It shows the rates as well as where they drop from. And then on the right, we'll have all of our collected stuff. Friday, we're going to attempt to get our hero and daughter quest done. If you guys don't know what that is, hero and daughter, I believe, is basically just all of the online government quests put into a downloadable offline quest. And if you do things correctly, you can actually get a red ring offline. Now, when I originally started this run, I had known about the red ring that you can get from the hero and daughter quest, but it was not something that I had factored into the list, so that's why it's not on there. And also, I was not aware of the methods in which to get the red ring. However, since it has been figured out by much smarter people than me, yep, we're doing all the drops. All of the drops. So if you can see right now, the very bottom of the left list in episode 1 is all the normal drops that we have. We do still have our S parts that we need to get. I'm kind of holding off on that one just because it's kind of a easier one to get. Our best drop that we've gotten so far has probably been the red sword, not just for use, but for its rate. As well as the, I think it's the god arms and the from pan arms. So the thing is there's just not, there's certain drops like I just mentioned, pan arms, that just, there's just not a lot of quests, downloadable or otherwise, that have a lot of pan arms in them. And the one that I'll end up using for pan arms will be the addicting foods quest, which, if anybody knows, is an incredibly long quest. Not incredibly long, but it goes all the way through the caves. And there's only so many pan arms at the end of it. On top of that, that is also the quest I'll be using for my my rare slimes, which also have a very limited amount of slimes and quests. But yeah, this whole run is been inspired by this whole run has been inspired by fellow streamer and close friend and Fantasy Starved, who originally had started this back in, I think, 2021. He started this challenge with an Orin character, and he got down to I think like 4 or 5 items left, and then he had to unfortunately take a break for a bit to focus on life and whatnot. But I always told him I would pick up the mantle if he ever left, and here I am making good on my promise. Although I will say Orin is slightly easier than Redria. Redria's got to be one of the harder ones. And again, it's because, not because of rates or anything, because Yellow Bows has some of the highest drop rates on any class. For example, the Heaven Striker Heaven Punisher, sorry about that, and the Cycle one for Yellow Bows both have 1 out of 200,000 drop rate. Not 1 out of 20,000 like normal, 1 out of 200,000. So those are a bit rough. Evil Cursed, Pinkle, another pretty bad ID. Yeah, some of the IDs are pretty bad. At some point, Fantasy Starved had made a sort of tier list for what he believes would be some of the hardest IDs to collect. to do this challenge with. Obviously, yellow bows, pink were up there, but Redria was just up there. And again, that's not because of like pure drop rates and numbers. It's purely because what I need to farm. So, for instance, Psycho Wand, I need to farm the sorcerers. And episode 2 sorcerers just don't exist. There's free roam, I think maybe 5 at max for free roam. If you get the proper maps. And then obviously my my Heaven Punisher. Let's see. Yeah, my Sinnozelli Heaven Punisher. Although the Evil Cursed is something that I've kind of always wanted to get. Just as the item itself, not Pinkle. I would never do Pinkle completion. The thing with Pinkle completion is it just doesn't have enough for any other class. So you kind of would be forced a little bit into running as a force. Hope we have good luck with our pipe. Yeah, I mean... Yeah. Like I said earlier, we did get quite a few tours yesterday. I think we got 7 in one day, which is quite a bit. Just in the span of 2 hours. But we ended the day getting photon dropped by 1. So that was rough. Which I want to just say, photon drops are technically higher drop rate than the magic stone. So I kind of got unlucky. Or saying I got unlucky is a bit of an understatement. For anyone that's ever hunted a Lavis Cannon or a Magic Stone or a Sinkesta, it's not so much the drop rate of the item. Even the Agito 75. It's not the drop rate of the item. It's the rare mob plus the drop rate of the item. Because what is it? Rare mobs have like a 1 out of 512 of showing up. Even with piping, that can still be rough. On Monday, we went 4 hours not seeing a single tour. And so, it was pretty bad. Today, however, we decided to give our disk drive a little bit of a break. And we're going to do this for the remaining, for another hour, actually. And then the remainder of stream, we will do an hour of piping. Because, as it turns out, I might be addicted to telepiping. As it turns out, I cannot quit whenever I want. A little piping would never hurt nobody. Yeah, telepiping is definitely one of those things where it's like, I'm just gonna turn on, you know, a TV show or something, or read a book, or, you know, put an audiobook on or something, or just kind of distract myself. But can't really do that when I'm streaming. So I just usually put on music that I have on my end. And then I just sit there and stream. The thing is too is like there's a few drops that I can get as well outside of just the Hilda tours. So it's not all too bad. Like like I said, yesterday I found my Inferno Bazooka, so there's still drops that I need in the forest. And if I do the downloadable quest Lost Heat Sword, I get a wide range of monsters to kill. But yeah, slimes are going to be my biggest concern. There's plenty of quests for Hadelts and Tors. There's very few quests for slimes, like I mentioned. There was a sort of like, I don't know if it's a confirmed rumor or not, but there was like a rumor a long time ago that the quest Letter from Lionel, you could telepipe through a couple boulders, and the rest of the map would just have a bunch of slimes. I don't know how confirmed that is, but it was worth noting, and we did try piping through the boulders, but I think with the plus, it's either plus or the patch fix that fixed the pipe glitch. But the idea is you would be able to hold forward and just kind of render through or get through the boulders as they're rendering in. And you would inch yourself closer and closer with each telepipe. But every time we tried it, it just pushed us out. You've done it actually, Hyena? For slimes? I think plus 6. That's what I was thinking. I think plus 6 is it. We do have a non-plus. So maybe I try with non-plus, but we see. Also, hi. It has been a long time, you know? Oh, look, another power mat. We need 3 more power mats. Bonfire, thank you for the follow. Hyena, thank you for the follow. Greatly appreciate it. Saito, Wally, you guys are thank you for the follow. Really helps me out, guys. Oh, 16 till next level. We love that. Oh, that one was a little delayed. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'll try. Nice. Maybe I'll try getting through the boulders again at some point, but I was mostly just kind of curious to see if that was actually true. If there were like just a bunch of slimes on the other side. In which case that'd be really funny. I don't think it would be something that I would actually do to find my Lapis Cannon, though. That feels a bit too cheesy. And if it's something that gets fixed with plus, then that's also something that's like, that's exploiting a bug or like a glitch, right? You had 83 tours. You found 5 god battles and 3 photon drops. That is well over. Yeah, that's well over rate. What is it? 21, 22 is rate. Yeah, it's rough out there. It is rough. Yeah, that's what I was saying yesterday. I said at least if we find more god battles, we can stash them if people ever, you know, needed a god battle or something. One thing I'm really torn on is if I really want to try to get items with it. Because the thing with Redria is Redria finds a lot of good weapons. Like we have Red Sword, Disc of Brave Man, Demo Comet. You know, we have Red Handgun. And obviously playing at a disadvantage with Uniwhirl, I kind of think I might benefit from some hit. Specifically on the Red Sword. Yeah, all the drops are locked to this character. Well, okay. Yeah, as long as I have a copy already of an item, then I'll be fine, you know. Obviously, I'm gonna have to like toss some items eventually because I don't want to fill my bank up. So having a lot of dupes is not the best. But I think I might still have a redemption to like you can request an item that I find or a drop. Just to kind of help me keep the inventory clean a bit if anybody needs anything like that. But obviously I have to have at least one in my bank. So the goal is to have one of every item in the bank by the end of this. There is another streamer, Ariskello, who is also doing, by chance, also doing a Redria completion. He is a little bit further ahead than me. He's actually quite a bit further ahead than me. He has a lot of the big drops that I'm missing. He has his invisible guard. He has his Lavis cannon and his magic stone. He said that he has found... So with his first slime, he said he had found a Lavis cannon. Then he said he has found since, I think, 3 more Lavis cannons. I'm like, dang, that's crazy. But it took him apparently a really long time to get his red sword. So it's just the nature of the game, really. You get lucky with some drops, and other drops you just have 0 luck. Yeah, the Ultimate Milk Week in Caves 1. Obviously ultimate. It's 1 out of I think 400. One out of 2,000. So the rarest item will probably end up being the Heaven Punisher. It'll be a mix between 3 items. It'll either be the Redria card, the Heaven Punisher, or the Cycle one. So the Heaven Punisher drops from Sinozeles for 1 out of 299,000. The Cycle one drops from Ruins Grand Sorcerer for 299,000. And then where is it? The red card. The Redria card drops from episode 2 Sorcerers for 20,000. 1 out of 20,000. So it's kind of up in the air. I predict that it'll come down to those 3 drops. There are a few other drops that I'm kind of like not totally set on, or like happy to want to farm. Like one of them is the invisible guard, which drops from death gunners and has a 1 out of 5,000 chance to drop. And death gunners are notoriously one of the hardest to farm, just because again it's one of those mobs that just doesn't have a lot of spawns. And then on top of that, even though like let's say they spawn in 4s, the death gunner, which is the red one, has no drop at all and has 0 chance to drop the invisible guard. So even if you have 4 gunners in one room, only 3 of them will ever have a chance to drop what you want. But yeah, on top of having the bug patch fix, we also have a draw distance patch and also a rare drop notification. So when a red box does drop, it'll play a little jingle. It'll let me know, and it will also show up on the map as a little red. Just a little quality of life. Yeah, it'll let you know when you get a nice shiny fresh PD. No, I don't have the palette patch. There is I think it's an ISO patch only. There is a patch that will allow you to have something similar for rare enemies. So if there's a rare enemy, it will play a little jingle and it will show on the map. Also as a red dot. But I am not too familiar with that patch. For that reason, we don't have that. But that would be helpful for a couple of the Hill Delta quests, where you can kind of just like spawn all the Hill Delta at once and then like stand in one spot and pipe, and then if you hear the jingle, you know that there's a Hill Delta somewhere. Uses the right stick to select one of the numpad shortcuts. Huh. So would you use something like joy to key? Is there any rules or whatever? There's no rules. I am using a Wii, unfortunately, for me. I would like to use a Gamecube, but I do not have a broadband adapter, so I have to use the Wii to apply the patches. And then I do have the SD loader, so I can back up my save just in case, because Lord knows that these memory cards are getting old. Yeah, I'm playing on the Wii, but I'm using the disc drive. So the only difference is it's literally just it's just a little bit safer on the Wii. Albeit not that much safer. The disc drive still has a huge risk of going out. Yeah, the SD loader is pretty much instant on GameCube. I still, like I said, I'm using the Wii, so I still have to use a homebrew program. Like we use Nintendo, and that gives us the that gives us access to online with that. If I had a newer Wii that wasn't the first variation, that I still have to use the USB Ethernet cable cord or adapter, then I wouldn't need Nintendo. But because I have one of the older Wiis, and like I said, I would want to play on GameCube. That is like ideally how I would want to play. But Ethernet adapters just are not. They're not good. Yeah, the GameCube itself was like $80, and it's a Japanese modded GameCube to play NA titles. Or it's on region locked, so to speak. But yeah, the SD loader, I thought about the SD loader. But I don't know, I'm kind of biased. I kind of like having the disc drive and the load times and stuff. I know Carl Bobadine, another PSO creator, also has his SD loader. And he had offered to send me all the info to get it done. No, I was just saying how I'm more partial to having the actual disc drive. Not for any reason in particular, just the classic feel. As much as I am like fascinated by the SD loader. The only instance of online I will do with this character will probably be challenge mode. And that has nothing to do with the hunt. That's just a fun little extra thing to do with the PSO bros. Although playing Uniwhirl will likely make things slightly harder for challenge mode. Yeah, this will probably be our last foam for the night, and then we'll do some telepiping. Okay, we got the best teleport we can get. Love that. Trying to see. No, I don't think there's any reason for us to go into Ruins 3. Ruins 3 is just kind of a hassle in this quest. Like, there are some more Death Gunners and some more Bull Claws, but not very many Delsabers, which is our main hunt right now. Apparently, there's also a new hardware mod that you don't need the broadband adapter. Carl had told me about that, and also another PSO buddy. But I'm not sure. I'm not too sure about all that. I have a link somewhere for it. I just haven't really looked into it too much. It's funny because you know that a lot of the people who are trying to find like replacements or solutions to need a broadband adapter are more than likely going to be PSO players or like your diehard Kirby Air Ride fans. Because unfortunately the GameCube just didn't have a lot of broadband uses. Now if I could just find the keyboard controller. Then my PSO GameCube would be complete. Yeah, before COVID, they were a lot more common and reasonably priced. After COVID and during COVID, the retro game scene was booming on eBay and online in general. I was just talking to Starved the other day because he popped in the stream. Just how crazy expensive just new GameCubes were, GameCubes were, new posts for GameCubes and just PSO in general during COVID. My reason for not really looking into the broadband hardware mod was mostly because it's like it looked a little sketchy. It looked like maybe it needs a couple years to come into itself. Paid a bit for mine. Yeah, the prices have gone up for sure. Oh yeah, the Game Boy player. I had a Game Boy player for a long time. Then I sold all of my GameCube accessories and GameCube. I had a Gale of Darkness GameCube, and I'm so upset that I sold it, not knowing the price at the time. Yeah, it was. I sold it for like $100. That was rough. Whoever has that Gale of Darkness GameCube. The Switch Pro controller. I heard the Switch Pro controllers are super comfy. I've never had one. Or I've never used one. I've always liked the way the GameCube controller feels. I mean, I could just buy a Wavebird too. But even those are getting expensive. The GC net. That sounds awful. going through the memory card slot, huh? I mean, hey, if it works at least a little bit. Or something. Yeah, or something. Yeah, that's kind of like my whole thing with like the broadband adapter stuff. Like, it's not that it doesn't work. I'm sure it works. I just don't know if I want to do that to my GameCube. Like I said, the one where it's like a hardware piece where they can completely replace the port under the GameCube and stuff. That one looked a little sketch when I first was looking at it. Just like aesthetically, anyway. Yeah, I would have to definitely buy a backup GameCube if I ever did anything like that. I know Carl himself, Carl Bobadine, said he had somehow bricked his cube at some point a long time ago. And so ever since then, I've been super careful. Yeah, the GameCube I had bought has component cables to it, so I get a pretty good. I mean, it looks great. Like, I had to really try to get something for the Wii though. This one is like okay. I had to really like pay out of pocket for this one, and even then, it's still a little rink-a-dink little box. The what is it? It's I can't even remember what it's called. I didn't know the cube had so many pixels. Yeah, right now I have my game cropped because it still shows the black borders. So I like the way it looks without the black borders. So on stream I have it cropped, but it is in 1080. Or at least 16:9. I don't know about 1080. I mean, I guess that, yeah, I mean, it is, yeah. I'm silly. Yeah, I had Kai Key in here the other day. He's like, why does your game look so... Why does it look like it's in, like, 420 or 4:16 or whatever? I'm like, what? It's just because I had it cropped. I'm like, girl, you really talking about my game quality right now? Nah, but we love Kaiki. Cinematic PSO. Yeah, I'm gonna have letterboxing on my PSO. Let me get that 4K PSO real quick. Yeah, if I turn off the filter, it'll look like... Yeah, it'll look like this. Obviously, I had to like reposition stuff, but... It's definitely in HD. Yeah, I just wish that like Thomas said, I just wish the Wii was better. Better for HD. Wow. I did not have to use that amount of fluid, I forgot. Yeah, I had no idea that it, I had no idea that the Wii U needed an adapter. It's kind of crazy how long it took Nintendo to put adapter or like actual Ethernet capability into their Wii consoles. It wasn't until the second generation of Wiis that they really started doing that. Rocka the Baka, thank you for the follow. Greatly appreciate it. Hope you're having a wonderful Wednesday. Exactly one is like the price of 2 McDonald's double quarter pounder meals. Are we just measuring price of gaming accessories in Big Macs now? Yeah, that was about 5 Big Macs worth. It's just a universal way to price things, I guess, now. I actually have never had a Big Mac, I'll be honest. I've always been more of a plain cheeseburger kind of guy. I also just don't eat McDonald's very often. You're missing literally nothing. That's what I've heard. I haven't had like any of like fast foods like big. I've never had a Mexican pizza from Taco Bell. I've never had a what's another one? The Whopper from Burger King. I do that every time. Used to get chicken tacos from Taco Bell, and then they started upcharging for chicken. Oh yeah, we love Taco Bell here. We love Taco Bell. Taco Bell is like our whole thing. Our channel points are literally Baja Blast. Yeah, everything chicken is just being upcharged right now. A little insane. Chicken is super expensive. Oh, nice crit. Love that. Originally, I had started off doing my completion challenge on Blue Burst. The Affinia server has a classic mode that is pretty much as classic as you'll get, or as Gamecube as you'll get with Blue Burst. The only thing is it's completely online, so that would mean that 0 piping capabilities. And then just like, I guess more access to quests, but like I don't really need a bunch of quests, really. But then, I mean, I have the Yellow Bows list. I don't know if I have it linked to my Twitch anymore. But the Yellow Bows list is, I want to say, arguably worse than Redria's. I'll say that it is worse than Redria's. I had no idea how bad it really, really was until I was looking at the list myself. And then I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna get a GameCube. And then I totally forgot that I need I need an adapter to get the patches. So I just swapped to the Wii. Yeah, Friday we're gonna try to get our red ring from the hero and daughter quest and see how that goes. It's gonna be quite the stream on Friday. We're just trying to get ultimate by White Day. But it's coming up fast. You're on level 24. I believe in you, Toma. Is there a certain... Yeah, it does have a certain level requirement. I don't think it has a level requirement to acquire it from this quest. But it does have a requirement to use it. I believe the one... So, kind of funny thing about the red ring. So, like many other things in PSO, the red ring was coded very lame. Not lame, wrongly, I should say. Sorry. Originally, it was meant to be level 181. Or 180, I think. But because PSO on GameCube, it was level 108, I think. Wait, what was that? No way, please. Okay, it's a photon drop. Okay. I thought that was from one of the bull claws. Okay, that's fine. Gave me a slight heart attack. 24. Yeah, but I don't know about the requirement for it. But I'll definitely check it out before Friday. On the PSO Palace website, it doesn't say anything about a level requirement. I do have somebody who was telling me that you had to have the completed the Soul of Steel quest. Its true ending, which we got last week. Desert Wolf, thank you for the follow. Greatly appreciate it. All right. Let's go ahead and do some piping because I'm addicted and I have an issue. And I really want my magic stone. I'll ask Ives himself. I doubt he'll tell me, but I'll still ask Ives. Kyrell Ven, thank you for the raid. Hope you're having a wonderful Wednesday evening. I'll be the hunt. It is a hunt. It's going. We just got done trying to get our not that. Our Delsaber's right arm and did not get it. So for the last hour stream or so, we're gonna try to get our magic stone. Eurista from Hilda Tours. Sorry, brain's slowly dying. Last time I lurked in. Oh, I was in. Oh, okay, yeah. So you've been here since the beginning. Love that. Yeah, we're quite a bit away along now. Obviously, we still have lots to do, so. Yeah. Gamecube is rough. Anyways, have a nice time zone. Thank you so much for the follow, and I appreciate you hanging out a bit. Kyrell, thank you as well for the follow. Okay, I gotta get back into the ultimate mode. I've been playing too lazy and normal. A totally different game from normal to ultimate. But yeah, some of the drop rates are pretty bad in PSO, so a lot of people go a long time without seeing a single rare. I know for me, when I was When I was playing like super casual years and years ago, I think my rarest item I'd ever gotten was probably a Holy Ray on Pinkle. Which, like, in the grand scheme, isn't really that rare. A lot of times, if you're not hard farming an item, you'll just go years without seeing it. But yeah, we have a few drops in the forest that we still need. We need the Golgaskew, which is the red one. The red wolf. We need... Here, let me see. We need... Okay, we need the Hildator, obviously, for Arista. We need the regular Rappy for Sacred Cloth, which I don't know how we haven't gotten that. And then we need Golgaskew for Godmine. And Tolaz for Redsaber. Oh yeah, finding anything in normal or hard is kind of an achievement within in and of itself. If it's like you're just running through unlocking very hard and you just get a drop, like some of those rates are pretty insane. Thankfully with this list, I'm completely done with hard mode. I'm all of the drops that are unique to hard mode I have completely gotten. So, and even that took some time. We're close to being done with very hard. Can you let me through? Thank you. There's a few boss drops that we need that are unique to very hard. I think Delsaber is one of them from the Barbaray. For stuff like the Rappy's Wing and the the Bringer's Arm, I keep saying the wrong arm. Puma arm. They're all roughly the same drop rate, I believe. Yeah, this is ultimate mode. This is obviously after very hard. And then if you're online, this is the level 80. Oops. You'll need level 80. It's not that rare. 1 out of 128. Hey, 1 out of 128 can be either insanely rare or be you find one every 2 Rappies. I've learned to not even really look at rates anymore. It may take one person 1 Hildator to find a drop, and it may take another person 800 Hildators for the same drop. Yeah, it happens when it happens. And when it does happen, you get a little dopamine rush. And it's the best feeling you could ever feel. Until you walk up to the red box and it's just a photon drop. I wish I clipped my my reaction to getting photon drop yesterday. Is it controversial you do not like the autogun, the mech guns? Or the excuse me, you? The mech guns? No. No, it's not. At least not to me. I'm not a huge fan of them either. Because for that reason, their animation. That's why I don't like to use them a whole lot. But right now, these are the only thing that have hit on them. And they hit consistently. Also, they're just one of the safest options for me. Okay, I say that and then I almost die because I get crit. Yeah, so these have 35 hit on them, which is roughly... How much extra ATA? Let's see. I think it's roughly 5, somewhere around 3 or 5 extra hit. I don't remember exactly. I think every 10 hit is 1 ATA. But yeah, no, that's not controversial at all. At least not to me. Yeah, how'd your stream go? What were you getting up to? Managed to Estella the way through him. Oh yeah, Estella's good. I wish I had Estella on this mag, but this being a whole self-found character, I had to work with what I could. And Uniworld, especially Redria, doesn't get Estella, so happens. Oops, well, I guess I'm using the Cisco Braveman now. Yeah, the animation for mech guns is the reason why I dislike them. Yeah, Varuna is the hunter mag, and then depending on what you feed it, it will become what is it? A Mahu? No, Mahu's Ranger. Mahu? No, Mahu's the the weapon. What am I saying? I'd have to look. I don't remember. No, I'm curious for myself. Okay, yeah, it becomes Varuna, and then depending on what you feed it, it's Rudra, Maruda, or Vayu, which I don't think... Outside of Verilix's casual characters, I don't think I've ever seen a hunter have a mind mag. Verilix is the only person I've seen have a tapas on a non-force character. There are so many cool like force mags that you just don't see because you need to put in a lot of mind into the mag. Like for instance, you have Vayu, Tapas, Namusi. Those are all mind mags. Then you have Kumara, the weird clam mag. Nandin, Saita, and Ushasu. They're all a bunch of mind mags. Yeah, I like a lot of the mind mags. I never end up using them, or I never end up like making them. Give it to the phone newman, yeah. I think if I had the option, if I was allowing myself to use another class to make my mag, I think I would do a Nidra or a Roddy. Obviously, the default answer is Sato, but I feel like everybody has a Sato. Slinging spells until you're out of TP, yep. I always think, like, what is the worst class to start a new player on? I definitely think it's Force. Because it gives you, like, oh crap, I don't have my Pure Shock. It gives you, like, this sense of, like, oh, nothing can, you know, withstand my spells. You're doing, like, a bunch of spells. And then it's like, oh, wait, I'm out of TP. And then it's like, oh, I'm just gonna go buy more mats or more fluids. And then it's like, that's fine until you get into like the dye fluids, where you need like 20,000 per stack of dye fluids. Where is it? Your shop. Or until you get into episode 2 and you're like, I'm gonna do a bunch of damage with my force. Turns out that episode 2 has insane resistances to spells. Everything in episode 2. With the exception of maybe Seabed, but even then you're not doing the same numbers as episode 1. Yeah, then just the force animations themselves are pretty not great. Don't get me wrong though, I do like Faux Newman. Faux Newman is one of my favorite. Well, he is my favorite force. I have a 200 Faux Newman on one of my other cards. Wait, is he 200? No, he's like 150, I think. But he has a Psycho Wand and a bunch of God Mines. And a 185 Mind Mag. All right, you have a good night. I will, I'll be here at some point. Yeah, I definitely need to get some water soon. I'm all out of water for today. Not for right now. But yeah, I appreciate the raid, and I hope you have some good rest. And a good rest of your week. Over here slinging mech gun bullets. Discas are another weapon I have a hard time consistently using with the animation. For the longest time, swords were like that for me, where it's like you have a long delay after you do your last swing. But I finally like started messing around with swords a bit more. And if I have enough ATA, or if I'm playing a character that can like hit a normal heavy, you're typically okay to be using swords only, or like swords all the time. I'm also kind of lucky because I got a red sword. I mean, just look at that ATP. 2185. It's crazy. I really had no idea just how strong Redria was. Like, I knew it was a good idea. I knew it had a lot of good drops. I knew it had, you know, Lavis Cannon, 1 into 21, you know, the typical stuff. Like, but I just never knew just how good of a class it really was, or ID. Especially in Gamecube, because you get the God Battle, which is, I think, like the only class that gets it, as far as I know. I need to get this other Rappy to come out. We're getting to our... I don't need this. We're getting to our first telepiping spot. Our first group of Hildators. So we'll start off with 3 Hildators. Or Hildelds, sorry, not Hildators. In this room. And then we'll have... Oops, wrong weapon. And then we'll have, I think, 6 in the next room that we can pipe for. So just after this Monest, we'll have our first pipe. Or we'll start our first pipe chain. Bring up. Okay, pretty bad angle, but we can fix it. This. Actually, before we start piping, let me go use the restroom real fast and grab a water. I'll be right back. 2 minutes. Here we go. Okay. Go ahead and start the count up timer. All right, now we pipe. Try to readjust a little bit here. This should be okay. We're gonna go a little like this. Okay, as long as we can see them all when they drop down. I have that. Yeah, we'll do this for the rest of the stream. Hopefully we get one of these guys to be a Tor, and then we can do the ones up top. Yeah, yesterday we did all this. We did this all day. And we pretty much ended with a photon drop from Hilda Tors, so... a little disappointing, but we went on to find a drop item, or an item that we didn't have. The Inferno Bazooka. So I can't be too upset. And plus, we will need photon drops, so I guess it's fine. We want to get a virus armor, Lafuteria, at some point. I think that's about 49 PDs, 50 PDs almost. Something like that. I think we need 4 photon cells. Okay, so that's about 64. And then if we do challenge mode on this character, I would want to get a special on my weapon. On my S rank. So that'll be about 50-ish PDs. Depending on what special we pick though, so... Definitely leaning towards something like a Zalur weapon. Or special. We don't really have any use for like demons since we're offline. Maybe paralysis, maybe even then I think that's kind of not needed. We could just get Gush mech guns. Gush S rank mech guns. Let's see, what are the specials that sound good for an ES weapon? Burning, nah. Blizzard, maybe with the ice patch, maybe. Berserk, I feel like I don't trust myself to use Berserk responsibly. Maybe Spirit? Maybe get some Spirit mech guns? Be interesting. Yeah, maybe not. Maybe not Jellin. Now that I'm thinking about it. Gotta remember to rebuff when we get the board to drop. Yeah, I don't think the Jellin's actually that good, right? You know what? The Zalora might be. Yeah. Okay. You know what? Maybe Zalora will be but good. I don't know what the best weapon to put Zalora on would be. Obviously, like, the simple answer would be like a handgun, right? An ES handgun. That's boring. A twin swords? Two Jellin twin swords? Maybe a scythe. That would be kind of cool. EX bazooka. Or ES bazooka. Interesting. Can't use that on Uniworld though. I don't know. ES scythe might be fine. I might use that. That would require me to do episode 2 though. Or we could just do a claw. Ooh, a claw would be kind of interesting. I think the claw is just a colorless claw. Yeah, it's just like that weird orange color. Or if it was like a Rika's claw though, that'd be really cool. Wait, I could actually use a windmill. I could use the ES windmill on Uniworld. Hey, wait a minute. A Jellin windmill. I wonder if the ES windmill gets the actual windmill special. That's kind of funny. Turn the windmill into a slicer randomly. Yeah, you still get the... Okay, that's cool. So you do get the windmill special. Okay, maybe. I've never actually used a windmill. Like, I just know of the special. Interesting. Well, I'll have one eventually. Gonna run around with it. I wonder if the windmill special is like a slicer, though. If it is, I could just put gelin on that. That'd be pretty cool. I mean, the obvious answer is just use a sword, right? Just use a gelin sword. But where's the fun in that? Or not gelin, Zalur. I don't know. We'll have to decide when I get there, though. I personally like episode 2 challenge mode more. I have more fun with it, but episode 1's fine, I guess. Only thing about episode 1 is it is easier to run, in my opinion, but it is also like super random with waves because it has the random wave of enemies. Episode 2 is a lot more like predictable. I think I made spaghetti tonight. I had made a pot pie last night with a homemade crust. The crust didn't turn out too well. A little too thick for my taste. But the insides was good. If I had homemade tomatoes, I would just make my own sauce tonight too, but I have a thing of ragu I'll just use. Feeling a bit lazy. My brother actually is he's pretty well he went to school for culinary, and he did like a bunch of competitions and stuff, and he won a couple of awards. But he likes to make his own pasta, and I'm like, I can't. I don't have the patience to make my own pasta. Also, I just don't have a pasta maker. I mean, that you kind of need a pasta maker. But he likes to make his own pasta and like his own everything homemade. Sylvia's kind of the same way. My fiance, she makes all her own like beef stock, all of her own chicken stock. If she liked pasta more, she would make her own pasta and stuff. But yeah, I've never like been. I can make my own like I can make my own spaghetti sauce. I can make my own Alfredo sauce, stuff like that. I'm good at sauces. It's the Italian in me. But I've never done like pasta or bread or anything. Just make it. Yeah, just make it, dude. I will say it would be a lot cheaper if I just make it. Especially when it's like $5 for a jar of ragu. Even at Costco. That being said, you do get 2 jars of it though, so yeah, it's a good deal. That's how Costco gets you. They like, all right, pay $6 for this thing, but you get more of it than if you paid $6 at the regular store. Oh no, dude. See, I told you, Wednesday is just another Monday. I hate Wednesdays. My Monday curse is following through to Wednesday, man. I still can't believe I didn't see a single tour on Monday, man. Not one. It was not great. It was not a great feeling. It was not a great feeling at all. Hey, I mean, okay, let's be fair. Yesterday made up for it a little bit until I got PD'd. All I'm saying. Seven tours alone yesterday. I should have known something was up when I got 7 tours in a row. I wish my microphone, like, don't get me wrong, I got a decent microphone. You know, it's good like noise suppression and stuff. But sometimes I wish I could still hear the controller a bit. At least for me, myself, when I'm watching somebody who's like playing with a GameCube controller, I kind of like hearing the controller. Like I watch ZFG sometimes, and he plays Zelda with a controller, GameCube controller. There's something about the way the stick moves that I really like. And then the L and R buttons. Like, yeah, sometimes you'll hear it when I'm like trying to wiggle out of ice or something in game, but it's just that satisfying tactile feel and sound. Just some GameCube controller ASMR. I'll put a microphone right by the Wii so you can hear the disc clicking. You can hear the disc drive clicking a little bit. "25 minutes, dude." And there's one game that Vera plays a lot, or that he had been playing, was that ActRaiser. I was watching him play that a lot back when he was doing it. When he was running it. I got kind of addicted to that soundtrack. It's such a like basic soundtrack. Probably has like 4 tracks to it. I'm sure it has more in like the full game. But just the runs he was doing. I think I added like the the desert theme to my playlist. It's crazy. Apparently ActRaiser has like a whole like town builder aspect to it that's just like completely different than the I can't remember the name of the mode, but yeah. Gotta remind myself what a tour looks like, dude. Going crazy. I feel like I almost hold my breath every time I pipe it down. That being said, I've always had trouble with these three. I don't think I found a single one. Well, I found two down here yesterday. But all the ones we found other than those were the ones up top. There are 6 up top, so you basically double the amount of head dealt. But still. Or the amount of chances. I feel like 3 shouldn't be too bad, but I mean, I guess it is. Obviously. I'm always worried that when I'm piping, my brain will just turn off. And I'll just go into autopilot mode and just accidentally pipe away from a rare. I've definitely done that when I was piping for a Psycho Wand. Because the room that you pipe for lilies in I think it's Waterfall Tears. The lilies kind of, you spawn 2 wave of lilies and they stack on top of each other, so it's kind of hard sometimes to see other lilies behind the ones in front. And I've definitely piped away from a mill lily that was hidden behind another lily, and I saw it like last second. I was so mad. It only took me like 50 lilies to get my cycle one though, so like 54 or something like that. Thankfully, I've already gotten my demolition comet, so we don't have to pipe for another lily. We can if I really wanted to hit demo comet, but we don't have to. Realistically, the only weapons that I would really get or try to get, probably another red sword with hit and maybe a red mech gun with hit. Remember when Kai got a second one? Did they get a second one? I had no idea. That's huge. We love that. She beat the cycle one out of him, out of the Millily. Maybe I should do that with the Tor. Maybe I should beat the rock out of the Tor. Okay, I'll give it a few more pipes and then we'll just go up top and farm those ones. We'll do like 10 more pipes. Because we have better odds up top than we do down here. I just like these guys because of their spawn, how they spawn. They spawn all where I can see them. That makes it easy to pipe. But I just don't ever get lucky with these ones, so. We'll give it 8 more pipes, so. But yeah, the second one's probably the rarest item I've ever gotten. I don't have a Heaven Punisher on Gamecube. Did not have the patience for that. I also don't think if I ever had a blue full on Gamecube. I might have. I just don't remember. Well, there it is. No, dude. Okay. Well, we saw one. That's all that matters. We'll get it next time, right? A ray gun? Okay, does it at least have hit? That's 25 hit? Are you kidding me? Alright, well, we got one tour today. That's better than Monday. Also, hey, Dr. Warren. Oops. Okay, just had to make sure. Another Disco Brave Man. No hit. All right, so we're gonna spawn these guys, and then we'll pipe between these two spots here. Okay, let's reset the timer. Took us about 30 minutes. Just for that one hill or hill tour. Sounds about right. There we go here, then we go walk around. This one's a little bit more engaging for me. So I like doing this one. Because we have these two up here that we gotta check. And then we have those four. It might be cope, but I think it's a little bit easier on the disk drive too, because I'm not just constantly instantly reloading the area. Still not great, but gotta be a little better. All right, we'll try to get another tour here. We'll do at least. We can usually do about 2 tours here. Just from these 2 groups. Before it gets too bad. Too crazy. I think 4 is my maximum that I'm willing to pipe for with these guys. Just based off of my luck from yesterday. That had dealt, man. He's tired of me. That's the same one that was doing that yesterday, too. I mentioned earlier, but there is I believe it's an ISO patch. So you would have to use the ISO. But there is a patch that you could have that notifies you when a rare enemy spawns. I clearly am not using that though. But in Forest of Sorrow, you can have like, I think 7 or 8 spawn. And if you have the notification patch, it'll just tell you when one spawns. Maybe it's not that much. Maybe it's only like a handful, but still. I know that Ios for one is, he used that method when he was farming for his Heaven Punisher. So as far as the timer goes, our best time. So I start the timer as soon as I go back down to Ragul. Our best time has been 12 seconds. And that was right after the Hilda tour that PD'd me. I immediately put one pipe down, came back down, and instantly there was another tour there. So that's our record. Before that, it was like 4 minutes or something. Yeah, 4 minutes. What was it? It's 11 minutes was one. So yeah, it all just depends on if the game decides it wants to be nice to you. I think our longest one yesterday was like 45 minutes. Just barely missed me. I had one actually hit me while I was telepiping out. And I'm pretty sure it would have shocked me if I didn't have my Kira shock. Internet has been a lot more stable lately too. I think yesterday I lost about 100 or so dropped frames, which is like nothing. I always blame Twitch because it's like my ISP is perfectly fine. Twitch just sometimes has issues. Yeah, before we swapped to Lost Heat Sword, we were doing Forest of Sorrow, which is the typical offline quest where you want to pipe. You can get 4 in one room. I swapped to this because of this walking between rooms. I just find it a lot more engaging than just standing in one place. I don't see that one back there. Okay. I always want to be sure to double check. Especially after that time I left that Mill Lily. Never again. That one hit me. Yep, that one definitely hit me. That's so funny they can hit you as you're telepiping. If I stand here, I can kind of see them falling down from the other side. But I think I can only see like 2 of them. So I'm not really not comfortable just leaving them back there. Yeah, so you can see them. There is a spot on the other side I can wait for, but it's the same thing. I don't want to just like trust my eyes. And plus, I would have to stand in a pretty weird spot where they would just land on top of me every time. So this is just kind of more efficient, just walking back and forth. Yeah, I don't know what I thought I saw one. My eyes are playing tricks on me. It's that point in the hunt where your eyes start making you see Hildators when there are none. Yesterday, those 2 were actually my most common Hildators down at the bottom there. I think I had 3 down there yesterday. We'll see if that's true today. I started watching Starved just after he had gotten his Sinkesta from his Orin Hildators. But I've always seen the clip, so he was so excited to have gotten it. I hope he does get to come back to streaming. He was in here a few, I think like last week, a couple times. And he was mentioning that once he gets settled in his new living situation, he was hoping for April because apparently that's when his birthday is. And he was going to do a birthday stream. But yeah, he said it's not looking possible. But he did seem like he was interested in coming back to streaming, so that'll be interesting. He didn't seem too excited to get back to his Orin run though. I mean, I don't really blame the guy. 5 items left, some of the hardest items and drops to get, just Epsilon in general. But if it were me, I'd feel like that would constantly just be hanging over my head that like, man, I only have 5 items left or 4, however many he had left. Like, I would just, it would just drive me crazy. The Psycho Wand, the Heaven Punisher, and the card will definitely be my last few. So I'm not excited for those. Thankfully, my Epsilon drop isn't like super bad like it was with Starves. So that's a plus. I do have some things in the tower though. Yeah, my Epsilon is secure feat for 1 out of 1051. I have a Del Lily, which gives standstill shield, and the Ilgil, which is a Tripolic shield. So I don't think I have. Yeah, it's gonna be crazy. That's another reason why I wanted to play on Wii, because I knew that one, I don't have a broadband adapter, so I can't connect to the internet. And two, it's because I want to connect to the internet so I can get the elevation patch fix to make it slightly easier to get the card, but still going to be a pain. Let's see, the Muricus, the Red Scorpio, the Miracle, Twin Blaze, and then Mary Carol is the Asuka. But and then Gibbles is God Battle, but we already have the God Battle. What else? Gigu is Gigu's body. That's pretty easy to get. Yeah, I know Carl has his Greeno card, and I think maybe a white card. And then Rorigor has his Skyly card, I'm pretty sure. If I remember correctly, the Greeno card is also in the spaceship. It is, yeah, it's also Grand Sorcerer. Skylu's how you get a Lavis. That's funny. And then it's funny because then we have people like Ariskello who has like 4 Lavis cannons on Redria. I'm sorry, I thought that was supposed to be a rare drop, like an Uber. That was supposed to be a rare drop. Yeah, the green card is 1 out of 40,000 from sorcerers, and yeah, it's the same for Redria. Okay. Yeah, the Del D for the Lavis cannon. That's a pretty good drop. Pretty lucky. The only other Lavis cannon I've seen is from a Sinnoh Red with Blueful, and it wasn't even mine. Apparently Tola is a good one to farm for them. A non-orange Sinkesta. I've seen a Sinkesta from Baran's, yeah. I think it's episode 1 Baran's. Skyly episode 1, yep. I feel like getting anything from a Baran's is like half a miracle. They really don't like dropping their gear or their drops. It's the same with Bull Claws. Bull Claws don't like dropping stuff either. I kind of want a Kasami Bracer. Maybe I'll go for one of those tomorrow. I forgot that the Kasami Bracer is level 112. And I really need to get another armor. A better armor, rather. We have Luminous Field from Dub Chicks, which I could also get, I guess. In the mines. Because my Kasami Bracer is Sinnoh Blue. Could also go for DF Field, maybe? No, I think that's the best option, yeah. A Luminous Field. Aura Field? We have an Aura Field. But it's a Delta. It's an episode or ultimate Deldep. Interesting. And then Stink Frame, which we will need one of those eventually. Just for the Lafuteria in general. Morphos drops the Stink Frame. Just double check. Yeah, I think our finished character is gonna have like our finished build, I guess you could say. It's gonna be 2 God Powers, a God Arm, God Battle, and it's gonna have a Lafuteria and a Kasami Bracer. If I am able to get the red ring from Hero and Daughter, then we'll have that as well at 180. But I'm not sure if Ives level locked the red ring or not. Kinda sounds like something he would do, not gonna lie. Okay, yeah, so he has Hero and Daughter. Let me see, hold on. Here we go. Hero and Daughter. So quest completion reward. So apparently I'll get a Musashi with 20 hit. Okay, cool. For completing it offline. Okay, but the red... Okay, yeah, so you got to be 180. Okay. So we do have to be level 180. I see. What was I reading yesterday that was not reading it? Hold on, I want to see... Crap. Man, this tour is being stubborn today. Okay, apparently or End of Desire is another. Okay, I see. It's another one you can get the PGF offline. You get a 30-hit disc of Brave Man from that quest? What the heck? Okay, this one you only have to be level 160 for. Interesting. So I guess in order to do the hero and daughter one, I have to do End of Desire too. So I guess I get a PGF too. I guess. Wasn't exactly planning on that. Okay, so... Interesting. That complicates things a bit. Okay, so we gotta do the... Okay, we got the Soul of Steel. We got Seed of Heart. We did Dr. Zasto's research. Obviously, because we had to do True Ending the Soul of Steel. Reach level 160. Okay, so once we get 160... All right, there's a whole thing I gotta do. Okay. So I guess you have to get the parasitic gene flow in order to get the red ring. Interesting. Well, guess I'm getting a PGF. Did not plan on that. Well, I guess thanks to IOs, we were able to do the true ending to Soul of Steel then. An offline PGF, huh? Interesting. All right, this will definitely be my last tour. Of course, if one even shows up. We're getting into the 30 minutes here soon. Outside of our Lavis, so we need our Lavis from Rare Slime, so that's another pipe. That'll be slightly easier, but a little bit more frustrating because I got to get all the way through the caves 2 and addicting food every time. But we have the episode 2 Tor and Lily as well to farm. Those shouldn't take as long. Knock on wood. The only thing with those is the best quest I have for lilies and bears is the maximum attack version 2. Maximum attack 2 version 2. Which you can't pipe in, so yeah, no. Which might be like slightly better for me because I don't want to like be piping a bunch anyway. Because the less piping we have to do, the better for my disk drive. That being said, it is the windmill and the rabbit wand. Rabbit wand from the Tor windmill from the Lily. And those are both relatively easy to get. I think they're 1 out of 8 or something silly. Yeah, no, they're 7 out of 8. Or 1 out of 2. But those will be my last rares that I need, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Oh, I think I need to Hilda Blue. Never mind. I'm very hard. Yeah, okay. Yes, I do. Unlucky. Okay. Let's see. Hard slimes. What are we grinding for today? Well, we were grinding for the Delsaber's right arm early in the day. Had no luck there. Now we're just piping until we see one more Tor. I originally wasn't going to pipe very much today, but I have a problem and I'm addicted, so... You know what they say about gambling. There's like 90% of people stop before they hit it big, right? Exactly. That's what I'm treating this Tor piping as. Just rolling the slots. I said it yesterday, but there's 6 Tors or 6 adults here. I'm just rolling 6 500-sided dice at the same time. One of them is bound to be the right number. We already got our repeat for the day. We got our Disco Brave Man. We also found something from the ruins, but I don't remember. I think it was also a Disco Brave Man, maybe. Hey, how's it going, Carlos? Over on the YouTube chat. But yeah, we're gonna see one more Tor and then we're gonna call it for the day. I didn't see anybody else on PSO today, so nobody to raid. None of the homies are streaming right now. I can double check again, but no, I don't see anybody else. Started PSO today, so I was searching for a video. Hold on, let me see. Oh, I see. Video and live. Yeah, well, welcome. We are currently doing the pipe trick for trying to get a Hilda Tor, which is the rare ultimate Hidelt. Click on Dreamcast? Yeah, Dreamcast is... I like Dreamcast. I like playing on Dreamcast. I haven't played in many years, but... I also play Dreamcast a bit. Dreamcast is just a completely different experience for PSO. especially if you're playing version 1. Also, to my Twitch people, sorry for the ads. Sorry for the ads, Twitch people. Can't stop it. I'm running the absolute minimum amount of ads per hour. Only played GameCube. What is the difference with Dreamcast? Dreamcast there's a lot of things different with Dreamcast. For instance, the most popular version is version 2. It's lacking in I think, what is it, Hucasil, Fomarl, and Fomar, and then it's also missing, I think, like Raycasil. HuCast and HuMark can also use Spread Needle, which is insane. And they also have a lot of yeah, okay, there it is. Hucasil, Raymar, Fomar. Thank you. Thank you. I don't remember if it was Fomarl as well or not, but definitely Fomar. There's a bunch of, like, just effects wise, there's a bunch of effects that are just completely different. Like shifted D-band are different. The telepipes look different. The Dark Falls fight is completely different looking. The Dark Falls fight is actually kind of terrifying. Got that old, like, retro horror game feel to it. And then you have version 1, which has everything that I just mentioned. Or, you know, but also there's some other gimmicks, like all the lilies in version 1 are like little tiny lilies. They're like literally about half the size of the player character. It's kind of goofy looking. And then you have the a special animation for the sword, which is kind of weird. But when you use the sword, you have like this weird jump animation at the end. Very cool and very unique. Oh, and there's no ultimate either in version 1. From what I remember, maybe I just didn't unlock it, but from what I remember, I don't think version 1 had ultimate. Yeah, the Dreamcast games are definitely unique in their own way. Definitely recommend playing each of them if you have the ability. Yeah, no ultimate version 1, that's right. If you're ever curious about version 2 and you don't have a Dreamcast, PSO Palace, I think it's psopalace.com. It's Ives' website. He actually has a ported PC version of PSO version 2 that is online. It's definitely worth checking it out if you're interested. I have a Humor in there, but he's not leveled like at all. Oh, and the drop rates are absolutely atrocious. You know how everything's like 1 out of like 200,000, all the Ubers? That's everything on Dreamcast. The drop rates for Dreamcast are mind-boggling for rares. Also, things like Varista I think the Vice, the M&A60 Vice, a few other weapons are all normal weapons. They're not rares. They're all orange boxes that you can just get from a box. I couldn't. It would take me literally an infinite amount of time just to get one rare drop. Also, there was some like urban legend. I don't know how true it is, but there was like some kind of like urban legend about how as you level, it gets harder and harder to find drops. And like the peak level to like find drops is like level 100 to 120 or something. I don't know how true that is. I haven't gone down the rabbit hole myself, but that was something that people were talking about at some point. No, yeah, no rare drops and quests, right? All free roam. Yeah, Dreamcast is definitely, it makes you look at Gamecube and be like, wow, I appreciate Gamecube a lot more now. Oh, version 1 has no short menu either. If you want to unequip and re-equip stuff, you have to do it through the item pack menu every time. Or the, yeah. So when they say that version 1 is like the very it's like the beta version of PSO, it really is. And they even had like security bugs with the online. That's why Noel is such a popular NPC, because there was a whole vulnerability where you could like hack into somebody's like character or whatever and just like force them to drop all their weapons and items and stuff. I don't know the specifics of it, but that was version 1 online. They took version 1 down. They released version 2. Had a lot of updates. Brought Ultimate to version 2. Had some drop chart changes. You know, gave us a short menu. You know, gave us a lot of quality of life. And then version 3, aka Gamecube, came out. And Gamecube had episode 2. Came with Hugh Casil, Fomar, and Raymarl. And it was just a whole different game. And then obviously you had PSO Plus, which added bug fixes, and it added some online or offline quests like Seed of Heart, Fire Dome Swirl. What else? And then you have Xbox, which Xbox is somewhere between, I think it's somewhere between like version 3 Gamecube and Plus. It's somewhere in between those two. But it has its own engine, which is actually the engine that Blueburst runs off of, or that Blueburst would run off in the future. So every variant of Blueburst that you have seen or that you play is all built off the Xbox engine, which is kind of cool. Because apparently that was the latest version of the game, was the Xbox. And apparently I read somewhere, I saw a video or something, that Blueburst actually had an NA release, but it only lasts for like a month. I don't recall that at all, but apparently that was a thing. Because I always thought Blueburst was Japanese only, seeing as how all the physical copies of Blueburst are all in Japanese. But apparently there was an NA release at some point. It might have been like download only though, so I don't know. I've shouted out his channel before on YouTube, but Sky's Not the Limit, I think is his name on YouTube. Guy makes a lot of PSO videos that are pretty interesting. He does a lot of lore videos and stuff, but definitely give him a check out. Give his channel a subscribe and check it out. I believe it's Sky's Not the Limit on YouTube. Let me double check. Yeah, Sky's Not the Limit. He has a blue full ID icon as his YouTube channel. I've been watching his videos a lot. But he's been doing a lot of lore videos. They were really cool. I always like to shout out YouTube creators who do videos on PSO. I got the mod. No, I didn't get it. I don't have the notification. I'm just running between them. The red box on the minimap is a that's a Disco Brave Man that I dropped. Sweet. You know what? Yeah, I know Ives's does the like if there's a rare item on the floor, it'll put a little red dot on it. On the minimap. I think the rare enemy one, I haven't been able to find any info on it. I'm almost positive that one is ISO patch only. So you have to have the SD card and all that. Which I do, but I'm playing off of the disc. I do have a patched ISO though that I used to use before I bought the game. When I would play with Carl and Vera. All right, we'll get to an hour of no tours, and then I think we just kill the dragon. Once the timer hits up, so another 10-ish minutes, 12 minutes. Yeah, the only patches I have are the rare drop notification, the render distance one, or the view distance one, so I can see items from farther away. The mag notification one, and the bug fix patch. How's it going, Ios? How you doing today? I know you were in here earlier. My days are bleeding together right now. With all this piping. yeah, we'll go another 10 minutes and then we'll just kill the dragon and then that'll be stream. We love that. I saw Illinois had a really, really bad tornado, I think last night. And then before that, I saw Michigan actually had a really big tornado. So something's going on with tornadoes lately. We occasionally get them out here in California, but usually in super like isolated areas. So it's like maybe a barn gets its roof lifted and you're about to get a big thunderstorm. We love that. Yeah, there's a lot of storms going around right now. I was looking at the weather reports. Thankfully, California, the rain doesn't exist out here. So that's not true. We had some winter storms. It was 30. Yeah, that's what I was saying. I was just saying that yesterday in California. We've had like just such a spike in degrees in temperature. Like the day that the time changed, instantly was like 80 degrees. I'm like, this is crazy. I hate this. And then you have places like the Midwest that are all like getting tornadoes and thunderstorms. You know what they say about May showers though, or April. I can't see. Is that a regular? Yep. How can my luck be this bad today, dude? I'm lucky we got one tour. I'm not going to complain. You know what? We got one tour today. It's fine. I'll take what I can get. Definitely not. I never want to have a repeat of Monday. 4 hours, not a single tour, dude. Okay, there we go. No, no, no. You don't get to shoot Megan.
Oh my god! Wow!
Oh my god, you get to crit me though. Okay, hold on. Stop. No, I don't want to kill you. Oh no, please, please don't do this to me, game. Not again. I can't do it. I can't take it. Yes, dude. Okay, I'm out. Bye. No, stop. Stop touching me. Oh my god. Okay. That is massive. 12. Oh, that's not good. That's 30. 12 adults later, dude. Go save the game. You're right. You know what? I just backed up my character too. Actually, good thing you piped today. You know what? You're right. Good thing I did pipe. I wasn't gonna pipe today. That makes my day better. Okay, now I have to actually add it to the list. Hold on. 40. Oh, we're at 45. I didn't count the Inferno Bazooka. Number 45. Number 15. Sorry. Irresista? No, what is it? There we go. I can never say it right. Irresistia. Whew. Love that. If we didn't get that one there, I was going to go for like one more tour. I was going to go for one more. Oh, I spelled it wrong. Anyway, okay, whatever. Number 67. I'm so glad it wasn't number 67. I'm skipping number 67. There we go. Now we're gonna find a disco to put it on. Okay, that's it. I'm done. I can't go anymore. Iraligma? Yeah, I'm sure. Good one. Okay, I'm out of here. I can't. Perfect way to end the stream. I'll get a crazy disco, apparently. Hopefully. But alright, guys. I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much for being here for that. You guys are the best. Thank you, Vera, for the raid earlier. Hope my luck continues on to your luck. But yeah, we'll be back tomorrow. So I guess our plans are off for Friday. We were gonna do Hero and Daughter, but I have to do End of Desire first, which is gonna force me to get a PGF. So if I want that offline red ring, which I do. So, but all right, guys, thank you so much for watching. I'll be here tomorrow. I'll see you guys. Can you even survive flow right now? Definitely not right now. You have to wait till 160. So by the time I get 160, I should be able to solo flow. So for End of Desire, you got to be 160. And then for Hero and Daughter, you got to be 180. It wants to make sure that you can actually use the item. Because you got to be 160 to use the caliber plus 10. Or arms or whatever you're making. But I should be okay to live Olga Flow by the time I reach 160. Hopefully. All right, I'm out of here, guys. See you guys. Thanks for watching. Make sure and follow so you can see what happens next. Also, check out the list when I get it updated. Yeah, I'll see you guys.